Hello, good morning, happy Sunday. Let's see. It's been a great day here, weather-wise. Hopefully it's a great weather where you are too. And before I started, I actually double-checked, made sure, got Hasura running in Docker, and everything is happy still. I think I know what happened too. I think what happened was I think they changed how the environment variables are working. So when I give it the URL of the database, it's like, okay, I need this to be up and running before I connect. But I noticed that the current one that we're using doesn't have the database URL in it. It just basically has the, yep, we're going to show a console and this is what the password is. I log in and then I manually connect to the database and then everything works. So I think this will work even if the database doesn't come up right away anymore. So I'm happy about that. So anyways, moving forward, we're finally going to be working on the thing that we were working on yesterday, which is Axum and GraphQL. So we want to be able to get things, do all the fun stuff with that here. So let's go ahead, get ourselves set up. I'm using Cargo Watch for this, so that should be pretty, every change we make should just go in for us and work. Okay, so last time we did not, okay, we need to set up Cargo GraphQL again. No, GraphQL Client, I think is what it's called. We'll verify. Oh, it's crates. I'm so used to it auto completing for me that I just started working typing like CAR instead of CRA. So it's this one that we care about, GraphQL Client. We already have the CLI installed. So the next thing for us is where's the we want to use GraphQL Client to then get the map, get whatever that thing it is that it needs, the schema, I guess, and put that in its place. So I'm thinking we'll probably create a, well, okay, we already have a GraphQL folder here. We can do a GraphQL client. We'll generate. Oh, wait. I don't need to generate. Introspect schema. Now the password has changed and the port has changed. So we're now on 8080 because I haven't touched the I haven't touched the Docker compose file since Friday when we sort of made the change and got it working at the very end of the stream. So this has changed now. We have a new secret. Oh, I don't even have this open elsewhere. So. this is the password now. Okay, and that should work. And then I want you to output to schema.json right here. And this is what it ends up looking like. So awesome. I mean, there's no real difference between the other one. I could have just copied the other file in, but it's nice to sort of have this in here. All right, so now that we have that, then the next thing. So when we have Axum dealing with GraphQL, it's most likely going to be either like setting things or just getting stuff, which I mean, that's very similar to you, but in you, we're also in a front end context. So it might, like, we're not only getting like little pieces of it, but we're probably like setting entire things, or maybe just like grabbing, hey, just let me grab and like return this. So we can have a JSON API where I'm going to request for games. We don't have any games in there, so let's do a mutation because we didn't do one last time. We can do two APIs. We'll do one API for creating a game, and then one API for getting a list of all the games. So where do I want to do that? Do I want to create like a single? I probably want to like do a folder, and we'll have games. I don't remember why this has to be, this is mod, and I don't remember if it has to be mod or not. So I'm gonna try making it not public. Sorry, not mod, pub. I'm gonna try making it not public and see if it yells at me or not. Okay, so in his side of here, we're gonna have our route. We could do the get route first, but there's really not much for it to get. It's just gonna be an empty vector. We can do create first, which makes a lot more sense, which means we need some types in this. So perhaps we should just do a brand new type here, which is a request coming in of a game. We're gonna need just the name, really. I don't think there's anything else in games. No, we just need the name. Should this be like the request? And then we're gonna have a pub name, and that's gonna be a string. And then we get to do the entire derive, serialize, and deserialize. And I can't remember if there's anything else that we need off the top of our head, so we'll figure that out. This is our type, and then I want another file, and this is going to be for the actual route for creating a game. So I think it needs to be an async. Okay, so it needs to be an async function. For Stripe here, we can see, so pub async, then a function. takes in like the things that are just basically planning on getting back, and then an into response for return, and then that's going to be added into this main library here down at the bottom as a route. Into response. I had already forgotten exactly what that is. Is it impl into? Yeah, it's impl into response. Is it pub async? Yeah, okay. So then we're going to take you, put you back into here as another route. So let's do like, we'll do /games. And this will be a post. And then our handler is going to be this create game. Like that. All right, everything is happy so far. I want to be able to take in this game type that we created, this create game request. So I think it's going to be a JSON and your type is JSON. That one. And we could just mirror this back. Otherwise, I should be able to do a, I think we could just do a debug of the game, which does mean we need to impl debug or derive debug. And then instead of to do, we need to return a response. What was it? It was, so I don't want to redirect to status code. We can do a status code. We can do created, so it's a 201. And you're running on what port? 8,000. 48,000, that's fine. That's fine. The other one is running on 8080. So we're good to go there. New request, we'll do a post. $8,000. Okay, so I don't need any query things. Headers, we need to tell it that it's content type. Application JSON. We have no auth right now. Body is going to be just JSON. We're going to do name is, I guess like we lost some of those names. So I was playing recently Outer Wilds, so we'll do that one. And if I send this, then in here it's going to be just 2 games. There you go. We got a 201 created. And if we come over here, here we have debugged out, slightly behind me, so it's a little bit hard to see. Hold on, let me. We see our outer wilds. Okay. All right, well, we need an actual query now to insert into Hasura, and we need a place to put that. So I'm thinking under GraphQL, we're gonna do let's actually just create a folder for queries. Should I do it like that? I think they need to be unique files per, right? So this is gonna be create game. All right, to create a mutation is pretty simple. I'll just do mutation, create game. Then it's insert games. We could just do an insert games 1 because we're only going to be getting 1 to insert. Inside of here, we have object. ID we're allowing to be a serial. So it's really just name. And you need to be something, which I believe we can set. I never remember how to do it. It's the variable thing. It's like dollar name. Oh, but I need to tell it like what type that is. It's like dollar name is a string. Then I want to get back. Let's do an ID. And so query variables down here. Now we're gonna have name, and this would be like, well, we're gonna do. Let's see. We tried Outer Wilds before. Let's try it again here. So if I now hit this, I inserted the games. If I do a query, don't need to sort that. Okay, so we do this. Games. Unexpected variables. Really? There you go. Now we see that we successfully input this in there. So this is our mutation for creating the game. Okay. So in our create game here, we're gonna need to create that. We're gonna grab that out. Oh, we need to create a struct for this, if I remember correctly. Yeah, so we're gonna do this pub struct, something like this. And it does make me wonder. So like we put the GraphQL stuff outside of source, but inside of source, we need our own GraphQL thing. And then they have a schema path and a query path. I wonder if I want to, inside of here, we're going to create a new file for like, I mean, I could just call this API. We're going to derive GraphQL query. Okay, so use GraphQL client, GraphQL query. Then inside of here, we're going to have GraphQL, and we tell it the schema path and the query path. And spaces are okay here. All right, so this is, it says it's relative to where the cargo.toml is. So that's in here. We have GraphQL slash, this is going to be the query for creating the game. So, schema, okay, never mind. It's just GraphQL schema JSON. It needs a comma, and then we're going to do query path. Okay, and then that gives us this here, pubstruct union query. Okay. And I think, okay, that's it. A lot of stuff is going to happen behind the scenes now because this failed to generate, struct does not. Let's see, what am I missing? Okay, then there's the entire perform the query things. Oh, but that takes in variables. Right, which is then going to be based upon these. Interesting, okay. But what are you upset about? Failed to generate GraphQL query impl. The struct name does not match any defined operation in the query file. Oh, okay, so the struct name needs to match this, I think. Create game. That. Yeah, okay. Or we can go the other way around, right? We can put this back, go into here, go into here, update you to be that same. That'll make you happy too. Okay, next up. Did I just quit? Where's my mouse? Oh, I just quit VS Code again. All right, so We have you. Let's come back here and see what we need to do next. So it's an async function, perform the query, and it takes in variables. We know that we need a variable of a name. It might be good to just sort of take in the name as it is, and then we'll create the variables. I think that kind of makes sense, as opposed to making this thing know what this variable type is. Okay, so we're gonna have an async hub function. Create game. We'll have the name is a string. We could have this be a stir too. Okay. We're gonna return a result with a box.dyn error. That being said, I do have an error result, and we're not going to return anything. We could always return the ID that we get back. Maybe that might be good too. Dota 2 Attitude, hello! How are you doing today? Happy Sunday. Okay, so yeah, let's do that. Let's return the ID. So this is going to be a wait, I'm not in a video. Also, it's your birthday. Well, congratulations for living another year. Happy birthday. Too old now. Your website stalls also and makes you sad. Oh, that's too bad. And yeah, that can happen, unfortunately. But it's a thing. But happy birthday, happy Sunday. Too many requests. I mean, that's a Chrome only allows 6 at a time. Oh, really? I did not know that. I guess you've got to you gotta let them dole them out over time. Apparently, HTTP2 would magically fix it. Oh yeah, so HTTP2 can do streaming type stuff, and it can also do some other. The browsers do fascinating things behind the scenes. And then the backend frameworks do fascinating things behind the scenes too, to sort of like make that match up and just work. HTTP2 would, if I remember correctly, it also allows lazy loading of libraries. So like if it says, oh, you need like, you know, these parts of like React or Vue or you know, whatever, it would load up just what it needs right now and then load the rest of it later, which would be make things much faster. Yeah, I think it's a stream. So it just basically just starts sending things back and forth constantly over time. It's almost like a WebSocket, but I think it's much better. So when you lazy load, you just split up the files and allow it to be sent in separate bundles. From what I understand, that's sort of what's going on. And like if you're using Webpack and other things, it makes it really easy because they just take care of everything for us. Wonder if you don't lazy load, if that fixes some stuff. From what I understand, a lot of lazy loading does require HTTP2, but maybe not everything. The sad fact of the matter is I've never worked in a company where that kind of speed is essential. So like none of our products, we just have like smaller number of people who are using our stuff. The times where speed is essential is like our APIs for our like the VR apps, for example. And they it's not a website at that point in time. We're just like small little chunks of data here and there. And it's super easy to make that fast. We have a small number. This is me wanting to look great. Oh, what was it? There's an app that you can use. It's a command line. It's a command line program that you can use to like spin up as many threads and processes as you want, and then hit your API server or your web server like with like, I don't know, like 500 requests in a second, and just sort of like just see what happens. Like, does it work? Does it not work? Where does it slow down? Where do things like break up? We used that in a previous company to sort of like determine exactly what was causing massive outages. When we had like 6 users, and then our app just stopped working. And it was like, what? How could we be so bad at scaling that 6 users takes us down? Peppo Viola, hello. HTTP2 allowed to multiplexing requests over a single TCP connection. Okay, multiplexing. That's what it's called. Yes. It's super fascinating stuff that I have not really read much into, because it's like it's type of thing that like I'm excited for, and I think more places are supporting HTTP2, and I'm all for it. Also, I think HTTP2 allows server sent events, which is, think WebSockets, except it's a one-way connection from the server to a browser as opposed to a two-way connection, which is surprisingly helpful in a lot of situations. You could basically subscribe to updates from a database, and then the database doesn't have to worry about, oh, hey, the client's going to start sending stuff back to me. Kukma, hello. Do I know some Yew component creates like material design or ants design? No, I don't. I didn't go necessarily looking for those. And I haven't seen like, I've seen some hints of some that are like under construction, but none at a point where it's like, okay, they're ready to like fully recommend. So right now, like, I would probably recommend creating a facade where you might wrap some of those or just do your own while waiting for those crates to be created. Peppa Viola, server push. Okay, that's what it's called, server push. Material design is really nice. I go back and forth on different ones that I like. Material design is nice. Although sometimes the flatness makes it really hard to tell like what's actually interactive or not just by looking at it. Sometimes I do like the look of like the old 3D stuff, but like everybody has switched off of it. Like nobody uses it anymore, which is I think it's a little bit sad. You assume there's a plain HTML version of material that could be used? Yeah. So here's the problem with all of these is that there are web components, but web components aren't compatible with Yew. Not yet. Maybe someday we can use it. But right now we can't pull that in. Which one is winning? I don't know. When I was working with Vue at work, we used Vuetify for a while, but they keep on pissing us off because none of them really like follow best practices, which means that like creating small enclosed web components doesn't work because they want like some global stuff to be applied to it. So then therefore like I can't actually have it isolated to a single component anymore, which is really unfortunate. So we just gave up and are doing our own at work. I mean, it's not that hard. It's like creating decent styles for decent looking things. Just if you have a web component library, it's easy enough to have that shared across everything. the cascade nature of CSS might cause that a bit. It's I totally understand why they do it. It's easier. You have less duplicated code. Styled components that set hatches, and that's what we want to do. Is all like in Vue, and now in Yew also sort of like supports this with stylist. Is we create a style inside of the component, like the file where the component is, and that creates a unique style sheet essentially just for that one component that now I can just like take that entire file and share it with all my other projects, and that's it. It's like completely and totally easy to like share out. But if there is some kind of like centralized global styling library, I now need to remember, oh, hey, this has an external requirement, and if you don't pull that in, bad things happen. I don't want that. Like, I want that to be all included. So if you're not using Rust for your, if you're not using Rust for like front-end development, and you're using something more like React or Vue, there is a really cool project that I really love, which is material design web components. I think it's this one. It is still like to be changed potentially, but if you version lock it, it should be fine. And the idea here is that if we go into components, actually wait, they had a full list of them. Nope, that's just a list of what a web component is. Oh, here it is. So if you want like a button, for example, you find the warning terrifying. I know it's absolutely terrifying, but if you version lock it, like really hard version lock it, you should be fine. But the idea is that this component is a actual like a true web component, and that means it's completely portable. It has zero external dependencies. You can put it into a Vue project. You can put it into a just like a native HTML JS project. You can put it into a React project. It doesn't matter. It'll look and act exactly the same no matter what project it goes into. That's what I want to start seeing like more of in the industry, is like this type of stuff where it's technology agnostic, allows us developers to choose which libraries we want to use, but then we can just sort of like use these everywhere else, which is great. I love it. Yeah, I know you have to keep the parent context in mind. Generally speaking, these I've not had very many problems with these. The issue with these ones obviously are there's not very many of them, and they are changing over time. So, but that being said, I like where they're going with this, and I want to see the industry move in this direction. I mean, heck, I would love to see if Trunk could allow us to build a Yew a project or just like a single component as a true web component, because that would allow me to build like a component library in Yew, in Rust, but then it could be used by anything. It could be used by Yew. It could be used by React or Vue or whatever other teams wanted to do it in. It doesn't matter. They choose their own technology. It is cool that Google supports it, yeah. So it's been what, like a decade almost since like web components, the idea of web components was released, and then everyone was super into it. and then it just sort of like died quietly because React was like, okay, fine, we'll just all do React and we can share our components that way. But I think they're starting to make a comeback. And I think we're going to start seeing, hopefully, tooling to make it easier to create them. All right. What was I doing? Where was I? Oh, right. We were creating this thing. So we're going to create a variables inside of here. So I need to... So notice that there's this union query, which is ourself, and then variables inside. So I think this is going to be a create game mutation variables name. Oh, I think they said there's an option. So that's a sum name. Okay, I need to await something in here. Oh, and it's the other thing. It's I keep on doing that. Hub async function. Okay, now we're happy with this. Some name, you need to be an actual string, so we'll do an into here. Then, okay, so now we have our variables. Our create game isn't being used. I now need to... Now we're going to do request. So I recently learned that this doesn't really help on the back end so much, but on the front end, that requesm has been merged into Glue, the Glue project, which means, and that's the reason why we can do like Glue net request. And so that's one less library you need to pull in, and one less like separate code chunk that needs to be shipped with our with the binaries, I guess, which is really nice because like smaller code chunks is really nice for those front ends. Okay, so we're gonna do a new request. Do I have request installed somewhere on here? I do not. So they recommend... They recommend just request, and I'm fine for that. So we're going to create a new client. And then we're going to send a post to our URI, which I want to double check down here. I don't have that in there. Okay, so I need to I'm gonna add some environment variables for ourselves. So we're gonna have a GraphQL URI. That's you, and then a GraphQL E. Which is, how is this working without the key? Oh, apparently anybody could just do stuff. Oh, well, that's not. It's not the best. So apparently I don't need a key. Okay, never mind. Okay, so we'll need, let's pull this in as a constant up here. We should probably do this a little bit more central. So like maybe in this mod here, because like a bunch of these things are gonna take it in. We can like pass in here. Is that true? Yeah, I think that'll be fine. Well, I'm going back and forth. I'll just pull it in right here. Let's see. So, oh no, it's oh, here an API. Okay. Oh yeah, okay. In this file, this will be fine. So I'll just put it right here. We'll have a const GraphQL URI. You're a stir, and we're going to use the env variable GraphQL URI. And apparently I don't have a password on that, so that's cool. Not defined, so I think all I need to do well, now I get to reset that secret too. So that's not a real secret, but I think because I'm not actually set up the account, but let me go and see if I can. That it might already be killed, but let's find out. Let's see. I want to do it's in test mode. Where are those? I was like business settings, product settings. Let's see. Maybe it was in a payment section. There's all my fake payments of $1 that I created. None of these. Oh, I need to be in developer section, I think. Oh, API keys. There we go. And role key. Ooh, I can set an expiration date. In so I put in two-factor auth, and it's asking me for that. Oh man, okay. I need to go upstairs to grab my key to get that. So let me. Are you gonna open up there? That's it. You're gonna play some party poker. despite hating their general sense of direction to companies. I don't think I've ever which is it just called Party Poker. Interesting. I don't think I've ever tried that. I've heard like lots of different types of poker games. Oh, is it an actual betting company, like a real betting company? I think that's illegal here, so that's why I've never done it. Because like they keep on yelling at you. It's like, oh, you can't do it because you're in Colorado. I can only bet on sports. Yeah, I'd have to have like an offshore account or something like that, which is technically I can't do. It would, I think I would have to physically be in a state or country where it's allowed. That's what it is. Like, okay, so there's one of those apps is available for, I can do sports betting, but I can't do poker. Like that's allowed. All right. I will be right back. I need to go grab a YubiKey so I can rotate my keys that I may or may not have accidentally exposed. So I will be right back. Banks hate poker money. I would imagine that the banks would love if it was legal because they would love to take all that money. But banks are very they don't like risk. So as long as it's politically not a good climate for them, they hate it. But as soon as like I think cannabis marijuana is the sort of shows what that is. Like they hate that, they hate that, they hate that. But as soon as like CBD is allowed, they're like, we want it. Give it to us. Okay, so cool, got that one. I can delete. Oh, it would be the other one. Oh, that's interesting. So when I rolled over the key, oh, it's a new code now. When I rolled over the key in Stripe, it doesn't expire the previous one instantaneously. It was like, oh, it'll take like 2 hours. So let's see. Let me roll key. Oh, okay. So like how long? So I will expire it now. That's what it was. Is that I said like, oh, in like 2 hours do it. Okay, no, now it's gonna expire. My other one. And there is the secret that's also been rolled over. Okay, so keys. Okay, recover. We're safe again. I mean, it was fake keys also because it's in a developer test data one. So it's like I couldn't actually charge anybody anything, but it's good practice to like immediately roll those over and probably practice doing that because, you know, I stream. That's gonna happen for real someday. All right, what were we doing? What's happening? We are up here. Okay, so we have our schema. Right, I was restarting the server so that I can be aware that we created that API keys. Start you. Oh, we have an error. Oh, is that? It's apparently not what I called it. So hold on, let me. It's called GraphQL URI. Okay. Now to come back up here, you're happy again. Okay. I swear that's what I named it. Is my .env not loading it? Okay, hold on. In here, can you see it? .env. Let me just copy you just in case. Come up to here and I want to load up that environment variable like this. And then in main, we're doing this .env. And so inside of Axum Playground, which is right here, I do have a hidden file .env with what we want. And this .env should be loading that into memory and making that available to us. So then at this point in time, if I do a cargo watch run, it can't find it. Oh, you know why? Oh, I keep on forgetting this. So the reason why this doesn't work this way is because env, this macro loads it at compile time, which is great. Like that's actually, that's not too bad. But I am, it's a .env loads the environment variable from the .env file into memory at runtime. So it is not available at this point, like when it tries to compile. So that is very true. So .env provides for us a .env macro. But I want to say that I can't use this. So hold on. I don't think I can do this in a const anymore. This is gonna have to be just in here. I'm kind of surprised that it's an unknown. Hold on, let's... Are you happy again? Yeah, you're happy again here. Rust Analyzer, can you restart, please? Give me my types. I'm kind of, oh, is it because I'm not calling the function? Let's see, API has a mod into API. That usually is all you need for Rust Analyzer to start doing its thing. Okay, no, this knows it's a variables. You.env, don't know what you are, so that's cool. Great. This should be a string though. Okay, so this is gonna load it at runtime. Okay, so then the GraphQL UI, so we get that. What's next? We're finally going to do, okay, so we're going to create a client from a request, client request new. Then we're going to do a client.post. Okay, so then result equals client. We're going to post. URL is going to be the GraphQL URI. It's probably going to have to be a reference to it. Schizophrenic developer, hello. What is the difference between calling a function and invoking a function? Those are, let's see. I do tend to use those terms interchangeably, but I think there is a subtle difference technically, but generally speaking, when I say something like that, it's probably not really any difference. So basically I want that code to be executed and called and done and invoked or whatever. So for me, I am, when I say either of those, it's probably the same thing. And did you hear that different? Is somebody else using it differently? Because if they are, then if I get the context of how they're using it, then I might be able to explain what they mean. Okay, so we're gonna do a post. We're gonna add in JSON. And pass in the request body. Okay. Wait. Oh, build queries. We forgot that. John Will, hello. You think invoking is the indirect calling of a function? You may be wrong. Yeah, but I can also see it being argued in different ways. And this is where I haven't taken official computer science courses in the past. I guess I did a long time ago a couple C-based computer science courses, but not enough that I remember anything special about invoking functions or not. And like whenever I taught or did anything with computer science, it wasn't about this language. We can try. Here, let's try this. Invoking versus calling function computer science. Now there's a Stack Overflow and there's a Quora. Sure, let's go to the Stack Overflow. I'm sure that they have the best answer here. So function calling is when you call a function yourself in a program, while function invoking is when it gets called automatically. Okay. Then a bunch of arguments about that. So, I mean, it's a bunch of people kind of sort of agreeing with each other, kind of. What they are saying, from what I can tell, is calling would be where like things like this, where I am calling the new function for client. So I am calling that. Now over here in lib, I am taking this function and handing it to the post function so that the post function can invoke it later at a, when it wants to, when it receives this a request coming in. That being said, I don't really think that it matters. I'm pretty sure that I would probably never say I'm gonna pass you a function to be invoked as a way to try to make sure that function is not being called now but later. What I would probably say instead is I'm going to pass you an instance of a function, or I'm going to pass you a reference to a function, or I will call or invoke a function and then pass you the result. Just being more specific about using more words, I think in this case is more beneficial, is better, because it results in clearer understanding of what's really going on. So even if there is an actual this is the definition and this is how it is, I think that's one of those things where I would only expect you to see it in a tricksy interview question as opposed to real life. Okay, so I forgot. Okay, I like how in the documentation here, it says, this is the important line, and I skipped right past it down to here, and I completely missed it. So that's cool. So we need to do off of the struct, build a query, and pass it in the variables. This is going to be our body. So all right, so I create my query body now. JSON is going to be now a reference to body. then we can send and await it. Or not. Do you have to be... Oh, this is, yeah, send and await now. Okay, you're all upset. Int URL is not satisfied. Oh, it wants me to dereference. Okay. All right, show me, do you need a trait? Okay, so it's not JSON. Is it just data? Okay, what am I missing? So we have a client, which is that client. It gives us this request builder. Okay, so we do that, then dot. Oh, look. Oh, it's body. Okay, it's body. Then this would be a reference to body. There we go. Now we send. Send. Await. Question mark that. Let's see, is not satisfied. The following implementations were found. Request body from static string. Okay, so can I, if I dereference you, does that make you happy? Because this like query body variables, do I need to like turn you into something? You seem to think that this is just fine to use in here. I mean, if I hand you, I don't think I can do like an into. I don't think that's going to work. What do I have in here? So we have into operation. We have query. I need like to convert it into like the actual JSON, like because in the end, all that GraphQL is just like the string of like the JSON of well, the query that we're sending out, and I would hope that that would be enough, but now this is trying to use JSON instead of body, so I wonder if there's something else. Or maybe it's like an older, they were using an older version of request. There's body. Yeah, that's it. Okay, so how do I convert you? So query body, there's GraphQL query, so is there a trait that I'm missing to convert it? No, not that. Probably not then. Now, in yew, it was really simple. We just pass this into a glue net request, and that just works. which is kind of sort of based on request, but it's like just slightly different because it's the WebAssembly version. Do I need to do this? Response derived. Oh, okay. No, not response derives. I don't care about the response. Okay, so I think we may need to go see what this build query is. We see that it's a query body. I need to see what it derives. Okay, we need to go take a look at the documentation for query body. Here that is. Now, it implements serialize. It implements cert serialize. So I wonder if I can do a like a cert. Let's try this. If I do a cert JSON toString reference to body, we'll have to $u and then reference u. Okay, so from string is not satisfied. Okay, so it can come from an Axum body. Oh, a vec of u8. A static stir. Oh, wait. Do I have to tell that it's going to be in a JSON? I think I have to tell it that it's going to be type JSON. I think that's why. That's why they were using JSON before, but we don't see that. Oh, is there a okay, what is it? This is request. I wonder if there's a feature flag we need. So request builder JSON, there it is. Okay. This is supported on create feature JSON only. Okay, that's exactly what it is. That's why we couldn't find it. So request here. So we build this out, we add in, we now tell it that it can do JSON, which means back in API, we should now be able to do JSON in it. Let REST Analyzer do its thing again. Okay, there we go. Now we can do JSON, and now we pass in a reference to the body. And because it can serialize out, because it implements serialize, we're fine. Okay, so now we get a result back here. Let's see. Back to this. So we could have the response derive debug. This might be helpful. We're gonna have the response derives equals debug. Response derives. And that's just a string, right? Yeah. Okay, so we're going to get this response back, and we're just going to debug the result, sort of see what we get. Then I wouldn't be surprised if it's like result dot. Oh, do I have to like? Oh, I have to like JSON that out to get. Oh, that's so. Oh. All right. Well, we'll debug it and see what we have. But like, I think it's one of those things where you have to like I think it's like implementing the equivalent of fetch, where we're gonna have to .json it to like build the body as JSON. But we'll try debugging first. Okay, so now back to create game here. We have our name coming in from this game. Well, it's game.name, I suppose. So we want to now create game here. So I want API. Check the mic. You couldn't hear that, but right. I have the window open so I can get like, actually fresh air in here for once. And there was some odd sounds coming from outside. I think my neighbor is doing some yard work today. Okay, so create game. We're gonna pass in the name, so it's a reference to game.name. We have our we await, and I guess we can. I'm just gonna unwrap this, but you could handle this as an error, and then we'll return like a different status code. We're not returning anything right now, right? Yeah, we're not doing anything. So everything seems to be happy and fun. So let's put you over here. Here. We're gonna create, I guess we can't create Outer Wilds anymore because we've done that. Oh, you know what? There's the DLC. So Outer Wilds Echoes of the Eye, which I kind of played. And then we'll send this off. Hey, here we go. Okay, so we got our response. We got a 200 back. The data is chunked. Okay. I bet it worked. I bet that if we go into our browser here and we list our games, there's our game. What happened in Buffalo? So I didn't read the full news story, but I heard that there was a shooting in Buffalo. So I don't know anything more than that. I just sort of like saw a bunch of Twitter feed type messages. So hopefully anybody who over there is safe. But yeah, I think something like that happened, but I wasn't paying too much attention. Let's see. Okay, so we do I need to get the data out of this. I think this talks about that. Mejiora, was it Bill? No. I'm sure it was somebody else. Let's see. So there's that. Can I grab? Oh yeah, response derive, serialize, and partial equal. So the generated response types always derive starting to serialize, but you may want to print them, debug, compare them, partial equal, or derive any other trait on it. Okay, so I can always, they always derive starting to serialize. The generated code will reference the scalar types as defined in the server schema. This means you have to provide matching rest types in the scope of the script under Derive. Oh, because it'll be things like type emails equals. Okay, got it. They don't really say exactly how I'm going to get these out, but let's, I guess, try it. So in API here, I want to okay, so JSON at this point, and I need to turn this into something, and then we're gonna get, okay, then await and question mark that. Okay, so the type I think is this create game mutation. Like, is there another type for you? I guess it could be this response data too. Maybe that. Okay, so now let's debug response. Oh, the same result. Let's do this again. All right, so all right, next game. I just started Subnautica. Oh, how do you spell this? Oh, I think I had it right. Subnautica. Okay, so let's do this one. Hit send. Our response data is insert games 1, none. But it worked. Oh, schizophrenic. I think Mejuara, and correct me if I'm wrong, was a dark humor of Buffalo Bill. That's the only Bill that I would think of. And correct me if I'm wrong, Mejuara. Okay. So let's see. That did not find it. So we got insert games 1 is a none, so I didn't get anything back. Here I am saying that I want the ID back. Okay. So response data. Let's go take a look at that. So okay, so they create the variables. Expected body, okay, so we did that. Actual body, assert A to value, book query. The top level shape of the response data in the GraphQL response should be generated How do I get that back? So we have this response data. Can I do dot? Oh, insert games 1. Right, but it says it was a none. So I don't think. Okay. I don't know if I can do an unwrap or default here, because I don't know if it implements default. Yeah, create default is not satisfied. Okay, yeah. Default is not satisfied. And if I just do this, I think it's just a none that we get. Okay, so I was trying to build this. Okay, so to get the JSON back, they don't have any examples of using this. Well, so, okay, what we know. We did the JSON and we deserialized it to that response data. We know that that worked because it would have crashed because we had an unwrap on that essentially. Or, I mean, we had a question mark, but there's eventually an unwrap on those. So the fact that it got to that point, we know that it's working. So what am I missing here? We're trying to get back the ID. Okay, we have you as a result. Now I can see this insert games 1 here. Okay, so let's do. I mean, I'm pretty sure it's still going to be a none, but let's try it again. Oh, I should do this. That resets it. Then, okay. What is it? The other one? There's below 0. Haven't started that one yet. I just started Subnautica like yesterday, so this will be coming up much later. So if I save you, yeah. So it's a none. So the option is a none, meaning that there was nothing coming back into this. Let's see. Do I need... Okay, so it implements deserialize. Do I need to tell it... They were talking about like the other response data. Okay, so debug, we have serialize and partial equal. We don't need... It already implements deserialize. Yeah, so I don't need anything else. Okay, maybe some examples will help out. Well, look at this. There's already Hasura examples. Okay, so examples. Upsert issue. Okay, so here's the mutation. Upsert issue. Yeah, here's the two variables that are taken in. Insert issue. So objects is the issues. On conflict, do this thing. Returning ID and name. Here's our variables. Create new client. Okay, response body. Where did that come from? Oh, GraphQL client has a request post GraphQL blocking as post GraphQL. Oh. Info. Oh, okay. Then they take this response body. Get the data out of it. And then display what they get back. Okay. So they are using request post GraphQL blocking from GraphQL client. So we should try that. So slightly different here. I'm going to go ahead and comment this out. Now it is interesting. They create the client because they pass it into this. I see. Okay, so they do a post GraphQL. Is that behind a feature flag? Request default off exposes the GraphQL client request post GraphQL function. Default off. Oh, okay. Request blocking default off exposes the blocking version. GraphQL query Derive default on, so enables the Derive cross request. Okay, so we need to add in request for post GraphQL. They have a blocking one, which I don't think we need the blocking one because we have we're in an async await environment. So just request that. So this is, I might not need request at all. Oh no, I need to do that for the client. Okay, so GraphQL client, we have a version here. Request blocking, I think we can leave off, and that's it. Okay. Now that's what that example is using, is the request blocking. But let's see if we can just get by with this. So we're gonna do a GraphQL client request post GraphQL. Okay, so it takes a reference to a client. It takes in a URL. It takes in the variables. And that's it. It impulls future. So we're going to await and question mark that. And I want this to now be the result. Okay, so it's this response unknown. Type inside async function body must be known in this context. Cannot infer type for type parameter q declared on a function post GraphQL. This type is part of the async function body because of this await. So the variables. Wait, did I just not send stuff correctly? Okay, so it's client URL variables. Where did I send the actual data? And that provides me, hold on. I feel like I'm missing something here. Dot data. And then we pass in what this data is, which is, oh no, I think the variables is that. Maybe? Yeah, so V is the variables. Okay, so that's literally what it is. They then do an info of the response body. Okay, so now they do have these types here. Where are they using those? So BP char, BP care. Wait, where? Type timestamps. Hold on. Am I just missing that? Where is that? Oh, it's literally the only one here. Oh, okay. So if we come back to the schema, let's go to Hasura. No, that's that one. The query. Nothing special here. Okay, how about the schema? There it is. This is where BP char is. So Boolean makes sense. It knows what that is, right? It's BP char and timestamps. Those are the two that it's not completely sure about. So we need to set what those types are. So you're yelling at me saying, cannot infer for type parameter q declared on a function. Okay, so cannot infer for type parameter q. So that type parameter q. So I need this schema now. Is there something that just says like that it's like any scalar type might be a little bit weird. Also don't delete those things. I only have an ID and a name. So I'm a little bit like not exactly sure where that stuff comes from. This is this is a thing. Okay, Scott. Okay, so they have like, oh, right. Hussar creates all these stuff behind the scenes for me. So can I search for Q? Q on its own, capital. No, so I don't see anything like that. Now this thing had something about types that need to be created. Use that regex. Well, I searched for just capital only Q. There's only 5 of them. It's not following anymore. That's weird. I could do regex too. Here, let's do that. I don't know if I need that one in here. Let's see. So it starts with Q, and then any number of them. If I remember, is that any number of them? Regardless, it doesn't find it. This is regex, right? Yeah, use a regular expression. Either way, it doesn't find it. There's something in here about types. The generated code will reference the scalar types as defined in the server schema. This means you have to provide matching Rust types in the scope of the struct under Derive. It can be as simple as declarations like type email equals string. This gives you complete freedom on how to treat custom scalars as long as they can be deserialized. Do they give examples of that? I mean, I guess this is the example, right? We have type bpchar and type timestamps equals string. Looking here, I have maybe ID and name could be it, but I have no Q whatsoever anywhere. So I don't know what that is about. I wonder if it created them for me. So let's try this. If I do type ID is a yew.rs, type name is a string. Oh, now you're unhappy. Oh, it's not colon, it's equals. But that doesn't make you happy, does it? Type parameter q. Is part of this because of the await? Do I need to not await here? So it gives me this impl future. Let like new result. Let awaited result equals result dot await here. Okay. Yeah, okay. So everything was fine up until, let's see, if I don't debug it. Oh, even this. Cannot infer, okay. Oh, this is what it is. PostgreSQL queue. Okay, I was thinking like there was an actual queue in there, but really it's this generic type queue that's a PostgreSQL. That's the variables queue. Okay, so variables queue. And u is the URL. So that's a stir. So type annotation needed. So do I need to tell you for Q, I believe was the first one, variables is create name, mutation, variables, that type. And then this is going to be a stir. The trait bound variables GraphQL query is not satisfied. The trait GraphQL query is not implemented for variables. Oh, so I need the trait bound. Okay, the trait bound variables GraphQL query is not satisfied. The trait GraphQL query is not implemented for variables. So this is missing something, or we're missing something over here. Here we're deriving GraphQL query, so one would think that that would work. And then if I await question mark this, I don't think that's going to change anything, right? No. Yeah, it's the same. It's the same problem now. The trait bound variables GraphQL query is not satisfied. GraphQL is not implemented for variables. Okay, so the trait GraphQL. So am I using the wrong variables? I must be, right? So this must not be the right. Okay, so what if I do create game mutation? Or do I want to just say variables like this? No. That's like the same thing. That's literally the same problem. I haven't done anything at all to fix this. I just made it shorter because I just pulled that in up here. Let's try, because we have this we have this example, but it's using this post. We have this post blocking. Let's try using the other, like the post blocking method. So when there's a request blocking also. Wait until it's done. Any second now. This one seems to be taking longer than the other ones. Is because I sort of like started writing halfway, left an open editor? I don't know. There goes the indexing. Oh, it's a request. Post GraphQL blocking. So let's just grab that. So save you. Okay, so now I want post GraphQL blocking. They're not using this. They're saying they're auto figuring it out. We have a reference to the client. Okay, so expected to reference a blocking client. We found an async client. Okay, so that's our next problem. This one has request blocking client. Okay. There's not going to be any wait on here anymore. But it's the same problem. Type annotations needed. So they have these types up here. And I'm guessing that's our problem. Oh, look at this. Okay, so type upsert issue and then any type. Upsert issue is, oh, this full thing. Okay. Okay, I see. So it's just the create game mutation, not the variables, and then just like a whatever. Use the move value variables. Value used here after move. Okay, do you clone it? You don't clone that. Oh, it's because variables goes in here. It's body, really. It's body. Wait, was I passing in the wrong thing the entire time? Ah, that could have also been a problem. Okay. Now what? reference. Expected struct variables, found struct, query body variables. Oh, no, you're right. Never mind. I do want variables, and I don't want this. I keep on bringing in var from .env. Okay, I think this is going to work, and now we should be able to debug result. Okay, so we need another game. So I haven't planned out what games I'm going to play beyond this because it takes me so long to play through these games. I think yesterday or the other day somebody suggested I've like been seeing it on Twitch a lot recently. So I think they just had a big update. It was was that action RPG that everybody's that's like free. Path of Exile. Let's do that one next. So I hit send. Forcibly closed by a peer. That's cool. Okay, so panicked. It cannot drop a runtime in a context where blocking is not allowed. This happens when a runtime is dropped from within a synchronous context. Okay, so I wonder if we need to do this as asynchronous. So let's try that. So we're going to do request post GraphQL back again. Okay, so request client new post GraphQL. Now we know it's this game mutation or create game mutation. Okay, so there's that. Then we await question mark u. Okay. $200 created. Hey, and there we go. Okay, now I got the response back. So now I have inside of here we have a data, which is a sum. We have the response data. Okay, response data. Insert games 1. That's an option. Within a create games mutation, insert games 1. Within an ID 5. Okay. Oh my gosh, that is a thing, but it's not too hard. That's pretty easy. Also, it's async await, so it won't be blocking and will allow other things to happen. Also, we had no errors, so that's good to know. Okay. Do I really need those types? So we had created, yeah, these are not being used. So I don't need any of these things. This I don't need. One coming in. I only need request to create the client to then let GraphQL client use it to send the response and request out, which is really nice. Okay, so we basically just, they're using some dependency injection here. So the big thing here is this type, which is just sending in this struct. We're also deriving debug so we can actually see what this is coming out. And then the rest of it is just making sure that we have all the things we want to do. Okay, so that's great. So this is the create, and I feel that we have that. Let's go ahead and git commit this. Hi. It's okay. It's a jet sound outside. You can see just barely the top of his head. Libby. Libby. It's okay. You want? Maybe. All right, he might come and join us, like, as opposed to just sitting in the middle of the floor. But okay, we have that. The next up is going to be the getters. So we want to now create a query to get these. So under GraphQL Queries. Oh, and so now I think I get it. I think I can put them under the same one. Okay, and I'll grab that one. Okay, so I can now do a query, get games. I'm not going to take in or filter anything. That'll be fine. I just want this to be games. I don't need anything special there. Let's get the ID and the name. Okay, so get games. We're going to come back to API. We'll derive GraphQL API. GraphQL. Okay, so we'll have our schema path, which is going to be exactly the same as this other one. I wonder if I could put that in. Yeah, our schema path should probably be a const. And then you can just be schema path here. And it's a stir. I think that's going to be fine. I don't think I need to, I don't think I'm going to need to like clone it or anything. Okay, so then you know what? That's not what I want to do. Schema path is this one. There you go. Query path. Now, if all the queries are in the same file, that would also be fine. So, but if I do this one with just this GraphQL /query / create game. I'm just interested in see if this is going to work. Okay, so schema path equals that. Query path is GraphQL queries create game. I guess response derives debug. Okay, so we name this inside of here get games. So it has to be named get games here. Now, result is going to return the games, isn't it? I'm going to debug it out first. So, okay, so we have a GraphQL URI. So we have to grab this out first. So same general idea. We're gonna create the variables. Toggle bit rating with a party of 128. Welcome, everybody. Hopefully you've made it through the advertisements that Twitch voice upon us. Toggle bit, you have to run and eat. Well, we were taking a look at, well, I was taking a look at you earlier. No ads for you. Woo, awesome. So, well, hopefully your stream was great. Have a good meal. And yeah, I'll see you later. Supercuber, hello. Welcome. Hopefully it was fun watching Togglebit working on forget exactly what that app was. I just remember it feeling weird seeing the UML diagram being created in Sprite. Which like to me is like it was like very confusing because I've never even considered using a program like that to create the sort of like the diagram. So, but it looks really cool. I make my diagrams in, so I've been previously I would make them in just a white, well, either on a physical whiteboard, or I would do them on a program called Freehand, which is basically just a digital whiteboard available in that. I think, who is it that makes it? It's it's a design company. Oh man, now the name's escaping me. Hold on, let me go find it. Let's do Freehand whiteboard. Envision, that's what it is. So Freehand by whiteboard, which you haven't heard of that name in a while? I mean, it's relatively new by them. It's only a couple years old. It's been getting a lot of features recently, and you can still create a ton of them for free, which is pretty awesome. Okay, so let's see. Schizophrenic, you did not like a, that's this. What was that like? Oh, okay, you're using diagrams.net. Yeah, that's diagrams.net. I think somebody said, was it? Yeah, draw.io. Those are all like excellent tools. Affinity Designer, I don't think I've seen that one before. Let me see if I can log in really quickly. Maybe. Oh yeah, that's fast. Okay, so let me go find, do I have one in here? Not really. I only have like, I only have two right now. So let me just create one. I do these a lot more at work. Okay, I get it. Thank you. Yes, thank you. Just go away. Oh, I also have like dark mode on because they only have like just a white background, and so I'm gonna turn dark mode off. So warning, everybody, it's gonna become very bright very soon. So turn that off. So it's pretty much like just like any tools. You can create any shapes that you want, but it's very it's also very simple. So if I want to like just create some shapes, I can double click and add some text into it. So like something, I can alt click and drag it off to create another version. And then I can draw arrows between them. And then what I like about doing something like this is now if I move that around, the arrows stay with it, and I don't have to like do do the entire thing where it's like, oh, I moved everything around. Let me go ahead and redraw the arrows by hand. That's kind of what I want. And I can move the arrows around to something else if I really want to. Or have the arrows go to nothing. That also works. So that's why I like it. Also, it is a collaborative tool, meaning that I can do this, go to share. It is share. Anyone with the link can edit, copy the link.
I'm not afraid of your ghosts, Bridget.
Give this to all of you. And now, if you want to come in, we can have like, I think 50 people at a time, and you can all draw things on here. And so it's like per document, playing around with it. It's really nice. We can also use this for dot voting. So if you do like like several different designs, you're like, hey, let's dot vote which one is best. You can grab the reactions and say, hey, yeah, I think this is great. You have to sign in to actually do that. I mean, I'm only trusting them with this document. Like, this document doesn't really mean anything to me. And if I need to, I'll just do a really quick delete. It does have image drag and drop. You can do that. But now that you're asking that, and the previous question makes me want to just do goodbye. Because I feel you're gonna do something not great. But yes, it does have image drag and drop. It has a pretty nasty feature where the images come in as gigantic for some reason, and then you have to like make them really small. I know it was very, very suspicious. Thank you for the warning, though. Okay. What are we doing? What was I doing? Oh, right. So, for those of you who are still hanging around, we are today doing GraphQL when hooking it up with Axum. The Axum API library that I have, it's just sort of like a playing around, is experimenting with Axum, and it's sort of like understanding how it works, because pretty soon I'm going to dive into a brand new project. I'm going to create a Brooks Builds website. We've had the, oh yes, turn on dark mode again. Good point. There we go. Thank you for the reminder. I've had this show for a long time, and right now I'm starting to create more tutorials and courses. I want a place to like go in, like just a centralized place to go find those, view them, sign up, do all that kind of stuff. So we've been doing lots of experimentation. The front end is going to be made with yew.rs, and we've done a huge amount of experimentation with that. If you're really interested in yew.rs, I actually have a course on like just how to get started with it. As long as you know like the basics of Rust, you're good to go, and you don't really need anything else. I think it's just bang course, right? Maybe. Yeah, that's the Introduction to US course. So anyways, if you want to go through that, that's I think that's completely up, or at least almost all the way up. And so now we're I really like GraphQL. This is a tool named Hasura. It's an open source project that basically turns any SQL database and then puts a GraphQL API on top of that with almost no work required for us. This is self-hosted inside of a Docker container on my computer. And we can go and take a look at what the data looks like here. Basically, I have a single table on it, games, And this is just the data that's in here. I then hooked that up. We got all of these by, just for free. And so now we can just run list games and it just works. So if you're familiar with GraphQL, it's magic. It's amazing and wonderful. And so in Axum here, if you're not familiar with Axum, it's a Rust API server framework. Think something along the lines of Actix Web. Sort of like Express-like is sort of like the thing that I would almost feel the way we set up our routes is very much like something like Express, where you have like our app. We create a router new, and then we can just do .route on it, give it the path, and then the function that's going to then handle that. And all these functions are async await because Axum is made by Tokyo. So it's very it's very familiar, and just async await just works in it. As long as you're using Tokyo. Like I would assume that if you're trying to use something not Tokyo with Axum, you might run into more difficulty. But all right, so we're using a crate called GraphQL Client. And the first thing we did was tell GraphQL Client to just create a schema. And that's what it did here. This is just a nasty, like, here's what like the GraphQL schema in Hasura looks like. Then there's our queries. I have 2 of them right here. I am experimenting with, like, I don't think I need to put them all in the same file. I think initially I thought I would have to separate now to different files. That's why I created one, like this query of create game, but I think I don't need to do that. We're experimenting with that. So in here, create game. You're unhappy now. Cannot find function create game in API. Oh, this entire file is like now screwy because I'm in the middle of creating all this stuff. So I'm creating a get game struct. It derives GraphQL query. Schema path, we tell that where that is. Query path, we tell that where the queries are. This is all in relation to the cargo.toml file. We tell it to derive debug. You are going to return an okay like that. You panicked. Maybe you do need to be separate files? Like what? Failed to resolve use of undeclared creator module create game mutation. Oh, okay. So this stuff by default will take this and just generate a whole bunch of code for us behind the scenes. And that's failing right now. So if I remove you, you're still unhappy. I have to derive that. Okay, now let's remove you. Still unhappy. See, we have .env, we have result. All of this stuff was working not very long ago. I haven't done anything major different. What did I change? Oh, the big thing was here was a schema path. I try to put it as a const so I don't have to like oh, it's done. I'm not liking that, I bet. Okay. You need to be this. Okay, so now, oh, wrong one. This is not queries. I want you to be, oh, wait. This is the schema path, and I put in the name to the queries. Oh, that's our problem. So GraphQL slash schema.json. Schema path. Well, you're still upset here. So see schema path, who's that? Okay, now these are the queries. Query path, that's fine. Let's try putting this. This is gonna be GraphQL slash schema.json. Does that make you happier? Failed to generate. GraphQL impl cannot find file with path. Create game. It should be create game mutation in there. Just like this. Create game mutation. Oh, create game dot GraphQL. Okay, so now that I got you working, let's try putting this back again. Yeah, okay, so it doesn't like to use the const for this. That's a little bit unfortunate. I was hoping that it would be okay with that. So we'll just have to hard code this in over and over again. So we're going to create the next one in our API here, which is, so do our derive GraphQL query. So a schema path is going to be this GraphQL, our schema.json, our query path. Now, for this one, we're going to create keep it the same as a create because I have an experiment I want to run with that. GraphQL queries game.graphql. When things come back, we want to debug them out, so we tell them we want response derives is debug. Okay, so this name has to be exactly the same as what we have in here. So we're going to have this list games here. List games, async function, list games. This does not have to be the same as that name. This is going to be fine. We're not going to take anything in, and we're going to return a result. Right now, I'm going to say nothing because we're going to have to figure out exactly what type this is. It might be fine to just do list games. I don't know. We'll see. Okay, so we have to get our URI out first. So let GraphQL URI equals using .env for this. Okay, so we're going to create variables. And in this case, this request doesn't take any variables in, but we still need a variables. So variables equals list games. It's going to create a new module for us for this. We're going to do list games variables. That creates those. Could not find file with path. Did I screw up this? GraphQL schema.json. GraphQL Queries create game dot GraphQL. Typing is important, apparently. I mean, I guess spelling and programming is kind of important. Okay, so now we have our variables here. It doesn't know what type it is right now, but it will hopefully figure that out. We have to create a new client with request. Now we're going to pass that client in. Okay, so client equals request client new. We're then going to be able to get our result, and we should, well, I'll debug that, and then we're probably going to return that out. So that response equals, okay, so here we're going to do a post to GraphQL. Fun fact behind the scenes, all requests to get GraphQL, regardless if they're just trying to get things or not, are always post requests. And they always return 200 OK, even if there's an error. There will be an error array of error strings inside in the case that they fail. It's just like part of the GraphQL standard. Okay, we have to tell it what type this is taken in. So in this case, it's the list games. That's what's coming back out. And this type is the URL. So it's sort of like, you'll figure it out. Okay, so we have our client, reference to the client. We have the GraphQL URI. And then we have our variables. We await question mark u. I should now be able to debug this. Now this is a response list games as that, so I wonder, can I return an OK with a response dot? Okay, response dot data. This is an option, so I'm just gonna unwrap you. That's the worst that could happen. Mismatch types expected, a struct list games found, list games response data. Okay, so I want this game's response data. Oh, right. I think, okay, so this is where it gets weird. I can't go on off of this struct here. We have to do list games response data. Like there should be something there. Hold on. That. Okay, so you can figure that out. This game's. You're back to. Will you tell me what you are? This game's no? Okay, fine. The fun thing with macros and Rust Analyzer. Okay, so under list games, we have things like variables, but I think there's like a response data in here. I think that's a thing. expected value, pound struct, response data. Okay, this thing does exist. I want to take you, put you in here. Move you, and then we're going to return the okay response dot data dot unwrap. In reality, obviously, we want to check to make sure that we have something there. Okay, response to data. Use a move values. Let's only reference that when we're debugging it. Okay, so this should be happy now. We need a new route to list these out. So far, this seems to be fine with the query path all being to the same file. So we're going to refactor that most likely to a single just queries file. Or we can have like a queries and mutations files. That could work too. Okay, so list games. I want. Okay, under games we have create game. Let's create another one. So list. All of these are async functions, and they're all pretty simple. So we're going to have a pub async function list games. We're going to have to take in, we're not going to take anything in. We don't care about that. And we're going to return out an impl into response. We're going to call that list games in API. So let our games list equals API list games. We'll await this, and also I'll unwrap it too. Also, like handling this and returning like a 500 would be probably what we want to do. So we get this list of games, and I want to. We need this to impulse serialize too. So response derives serialize as well. By default, the response already derives a deserialize for us. Okay, and then let's see. I need to respond with JSON. So what is that? That's some kind of like response. I don't know which one to use. Probably Axum HTTP response. See, can I do JSON? Oh wait, there's an actual JSON type. Into response. So if I get actual JSON, can I turn it into a response here? Now I need to go look it up. There's all these responses that can handle it. It's like HTTP status code is something that can go into a response. So I need to find something that returns. Okay, so this just returns JSON like that, and that JSON is just Axum JSON. Okay, so I can just return Axum JSON, and then they hand in a user, which is a struct that no doubt implements serialize. Okay, so we're gonna do JSON. I think it was, yeah, okay, so it's an enum that take, or I think it's an enum or a struct. It must be a struct. It's a tuple struct that takes in our games and returns that. There we go. Now back to the main library, and we're going to call list games here. So I'm going to do games. This one's going to be a get, and we're going to do list games from here. Like that. Bosris, hello. Happy Sunday. You want to dive into Rust, but you have no clue what to make with it. So Rust is a pretty generic programming language, meaning, and my definition for that is you can make anything that you want with it, which probably doesn't really help with like if you have like coding block where you're not sure what to make. But that does mean that if you can think of any project whatsoever, you can do something with it. So if you want to make a CLI application, this is perfect. Shell, like the equivalent of like a shell script, like some kind of script that you can run and on the computer. Well, traditionally, like CLI applications are made in C. So like you can make these in Rust and compile them from yourself. Web apps, you can use yew.rs and build a web application with it. So pretty much everything you want is viable, which I understand is not helpful to you in whatsoever, because that doesn't really answer the what do you want to make with it. It just basically says if you think of something, you can. Okay, so I have now added this to our route. We have no errors, which means I should be able to, we're going to hold this up over here. And you go over here, and we're going to now do a get to games. So you know what? I'm going to just create a new one. Request. Get to localhost 1000 games. I think that's everything we need right now. If I do ascend, this got all printed out, but here we see here is okay, it's an object with games inside, and then a list of all the games. That's fine for me. I think that this is fine. We'd have to if I want to just return this array of games, I would probably have to create another. Well, wait, would I? Maybe I can get away with not creating another struct. If in here I do games dot games. I mean, it still doesn't hate this. I guess that's not going to change over there. Let's see if this works. If I hit that, yeah, there we go. Now I'm just sending back the an array of these games. And that JSON's fine because it doesn't really care what it gets. It's just going to try to serialize that into JSON. So So far, so good. Let's see, to review. We were able to take Axum and use GraphQL client to create a mutation and a query, and then create routes to basically then update and mutate that. Now, a big power of GraphQL is that the client can basically like create the schema, like figure out what it wants to do. So the schema is created by Hasura, but then it can say, hey, I want to get me all the games, and it sends it directly to Hasura and gets those back. And Hasura does have some features for security type stuff to help us out with, and I do need to figure out that, but I may have to do that off stream. Let's try putting these in where we already have in a single file. I want to make this create game queries. I want to actually move this up here. Like that, and rename you to just queries. And we don't need this folder anymore. That did not find everything else, but an API here. You are now going to be queries.graphql and queries.graphql, and everything else should still work as expected. Let's clean up our warnings. Oh, so many. So, not using any of you or you or you. All right, this is all from my creating a backend for handling Stripe payments and figuring out how that works with Axum. Let's see, we are doing the webhook stuff, but we're not doing anything with this variable. Okay, it's all fine. Ooh, no more warnings. Everything should still be working. So if I do my get, everything still works as expected. Excellent. All right, so I'll go ahead and push those changes up. And I need to look at like what the next things are that I would want to do some research on. I'm not sure I have anything that I can do on stream. So I have just sort of like hidden away my secret list of like things I need to learn and understand. Okay, so so far, and in review, what we've explored so far, how to create a component library that we can pull in and use in yew.rs. That was actually really simple and really easy to do. How to integrate Auth0 with yew.rs. Surprisingly easy as well. There's a lot of good APIs to use. They're not super well documented, but we were able to figure that out. We did a tiny bit of research on Axum or Actix Web. And I chose Axum because it's new. I have more requests for it. Even though Axix Web just had a major update, I have used that before, and I wanted to do Axum. So I was kind of already biased before I even started that research. Let's see. Can I get subscription status from Twitch? So we found out that yes, I can. I have to request a certain scope. So if you log in, if you use OAuth 2 and somebody logs in with Twitch, then I can use the token that I get from that account to then request subscription status. Now, initially I was thinking I could do that through a something like Auth0, like, hey, when you log in, let me get your subscription status. But I would want to check that every month to make sure, like, hey, are you still subscribed or not? So instead, I think what I would do is use a token that I create for myself and have that log in using a refresh token and just constantly refresh that. And something like Axum would do that on an ongoing basis. Maybe we'd have even just like a single one-off Rust application, like program that's running on a cron job. How to integrate Stripe with yew.rs. So I created a Stripe account and we were able to get Stripe running with Yew. And we saw that there was a, basically, so Yew sends and does the entire Stripe thing itself. But then Axum we need to have for when that finishes, they send a request, a webhook back to us to say, hey, a payment succeeded. Here's like the information and details about that payment. So that's good. It's good for us to have. Let's see. How to connect GraphQL API through the backend server. So we just did that today. So I can. That is strike through now. Okay, so what I still need is connecting Hasura to Auth0 and then error logging. So having some kind of like service where I log errors out and log just like other information out as opposed to just having everything go through CloudWatch, so much better because I am not a huge fan of CloudWatch. It's just like, it's not easy to look at. The services that like consolidate CloudWatch for you are really expensive. I want to be able to like just handle that myself. So like if our app just sends things directly, that'd be great. Sentry is like all over the place. I hear advertisements for them. I've used them in the past. They're expensive also though, and you can only have so many projects on before you have to start paying them a lot of money. So they're good though. Like they're very good at what they do. It's just expensive. So I wanted to, maybe that's something we can spend a little bit of time looking into. Is like, what are alternatives to Sentry? Like, are there any? Like, do any of you know anything that I could potentially use? Alternatives to Sentry. I could use Node.js. Well, Node.js won't catch errors and display them for me. Like, I could write a program to do that. But if I'm going to write a program to that, well, might as well just write that in Rust. And then just be another Axum server that people send them to. Like, that's a possibility. Let's go to alternative 2. Let's look at open source options. Okay, so there's Logstash. So they ingest from multiple sources simultaneously. Then send it to your favorite stash. I don't really have a stash. Glitch tip. Open source, track errors, monitor performance, check site uptime, all in place. compatible with the Sentry Client SDK. That's actually really cool. Now, Sentry. Sentry.io, okay. I really doubt that they're gonna have an SDK for us. So let's see what they have. JavaScript, Node.js, Python, PHP, Ruby, Java, React, React Native, Django, .NET, Go, Laravel, Android, Apple, Next, Rails, Flutter, and Unity. Oh, what? Well. Oh, they have Rust, but for Actix Web only. Oh, okay. Now, they have community supported. Not for mine. So that is interesting. So, okay. Okay, so you just add Sentry in through this. So you just tell it where your ingest is. So we could try to see if we can set up Sentry with Rust and Axum. That would be that could be really interesting. Then this glitch tip claims to be compatible with the Sentry Client SDK. So if that's true, then we could basically point. Well, I guess use their client, right? Use their client instead of Sentry. Now the other thing is, like, I could just use Sentry for this right now. It is like, it would be free for me because I'd only have this one project on it. As soon as I added a second one, that would be where things get not so great. So I could try that. Out of curiosity, how hard would it be for me to create an account for that right now? Do I already have an account? Oh, I do have an account already. Well, never mind. Apparently I created a Sentry account a long time ago and then just like forgot about it. Am I on the free plan? How do I tell? Where is... I have no idea where like the payment thing is. Membership. Let's see on that. Oh, usage and billing, subscription. Okay, so I'm on. Monthly plan price. Okay, so I'm on the $0 one. That's perfect. Well, also they don't have a credit card on file, so there's you know, they couldn't charge me if they want to, which is probably a good thing. Then a subscription. Okay, so I guess you don't need one at all unless you do. Unless you get paid. Like there is no subscription unless you get paid. So. And they have a 14-day trial if you want to do that. Otherwise, it's just going to be. Okay, developer plan. 5,000 errors, 10,000 transactions, and 1 gigabyte worth of attachments. A con, there is SEC, SEQ. It's not open source, and you have to run it yourself, but it's free for individual use. Oh, okay. I'm not used to hearing like projects like these that are not open source, but also run it yourself and free to use. Usually it's the open source ones where you can like run it them yourself. Like Hasura, for example, I really like. It's open source. They have a cloud deployment, so you can pay them a lot of money if you want them to run it for you. And like at work, we're using Hasura. We might switch over to a hosted for them, but I also like being able to throw it into a Docker container and just like, hey, for development purposes, here is literally a copy of what we have in production locally on your own computer. It's pretty awesome. Let's try sec monitoring. Is it under dataless.co? Seems to be right. Okay, so SEC is the intelligent search, analysis, and alerting server built specifically for modern structured log data, okay? Okay. Am I missing anything because of dark mode? Can't see. Okay. Can you tell me, just news, right? Getting started. Oh, okay. There was a link. Okay, I just couldn't see it. Self-hosted and runs on Windows or under Docker Linux. Okay, great. You can deploy sec on premises or easily spin up. Application logs can be ingested from various logging libraries and protocols. Okay, great. Oh, so this is what, remember we saw this other, this one here, Logstash. Take a pipeline, so ingest data from a multitude of sources and then send it to a stash. So I'm guessing that sec is a stash. But it probably doesn't really matter also. Okay, so it was in the nav bar. Okay, got it. Oh, I see. It's this little thing right there. Got it. Mutation. And it can alert me in case like things go wrong or go bad. Okay, so we have, well, we're gonna find out, right? Okay, so integrations. I'll probably need to provide a database for it. That's fine. We're gonna use Docker. Now it's possible also that I can just send HTTP requests to it and write a really thin wrapper to like just handle errors and logs and just like send those to some place like this. That might be fine. Like that will be fine. Like that's not that hard to do. Okay, so basically we just start with Docker and then it's going. And then we want to ingest log events. So I guess we can just like see if we can get this up and running first. So we will do the creating. Okay, so echo. literally the string password. Oh, they're creating a config hash? Interesting. Interesting. Okay, so that I wonder if it's like base 64 encoded, and that's what they're doing. Okay, so sec instance datalust sec is the name of the image. So run in daemon mode in the background. Okay, we have restart. We can just auto accept the EULA. I like that they actually added that in as an environment variable. To set an initial password for the admin user account, replace password with your desired password. The first line above stores a cryptographic hash of the password into the environment variable ph. So, oh, I wonder if there's one where I don't have to put it as a password. Okay. So we are using, let's see. This probably isn't part of the other one. Okay, so it'll just be on its own thing. This is you. I need a new window. Okay, so we're gonna do a Docker run. We'll do name is sec. Daemon mode. Right now, I don't need it to be daemon mode, do I? Sure. We'll put in daemon mode. Okay. Restart unless stopped. Sure. It doesn't need to be restart always, but sure. We'll have you restart unless stopped. We can have it accept the EULA. Sure. I can basically not have you set a password at the beginning. And we can play with it and sort of like see what we get there. Otherwise, what is the environment variables? A username for the administrator account. Oh, and it has, okay. Used only when the container is first initialized. The default is admin. Okay, so it's a salted cryptographic hash of the default administrator password. Used only when the container is first initialized. The default is to set no password. Create the hash using Docker run. Seek config hash and supply the password to standard in. Okay. Well, I mean, if we were to run this for reals, then we would definitely want a password. So for a full, like a quick test, probably don't need one. Must be set to Y. Okay, so actually we have to have this. The external UI that can be used to reach sec outside of the container. So wait a second, what do you have? You don't have that at all, okay. Whatever default is. Path to store the data. I am not going to let this touch my computer right now. I'll let it just store it internally and just like we can go inside and look at it later. And it looks like it's just /data where it just stores it on itself. Port 8080. No, I am not putting that on port 80. Okay, so let's do port. We're using 8000 and 8080 so far. Let's do do port 3000 to port 80 inside. 5431 or no, 5341. What are those two ports? Okay, port 80. The port that seek binds to the API and UI, and then the port that seek binds to the ingestion only endpoint. Okay. So we definitely need that one. So that would be -p 5341 5341. That's fine. Schizophrenic, what are my future plans? So the big one right now is creating a Brooks Builds website. After I finish the Brooks Builds website, and like the MVP for that is that you can go in, you can sign up, and then that's where I want to then like future courses I want to make available on there. I'm also, at least in the short term, still continuing to plan on put them on YouTube, but I might put advertisements up on that. So like enable advertisements on YouTube. And then like, at least for the first one, I'm thinking of having no advertisements on the website. So that way you're still a place you can go and watch them ad free, but you know, incentivized for like logging in. And then over time, we'll have like continue to make courses. I have like some decisions of like paths to go down of like, do I want to be more like just continue the path of making sort of like static courses where it's very non-interactive, you're just sort of consuming them by watching them? Or do I want to build very interactive courses or potentially even do like cohort style teaching, like where I take on like an actual class and like actively teach them for the duration of the course? All of those are like possibilities, and I am like nowhere even close to making decisions on which way to go. So I've done all these things in the past. I just have to decide which one I want to do in the future. Also, I'm working a full-time day job, so some of those are absolutely not viable with like also a full-time day job. So that's something else to consider for myself. Okay, so we have this. Let's come back up. We have the port. Okay, so then we just say this is going to be data lust sec, and I've given it a name, its background. Okay, so this should be good. It will download this image and start it running. It wasn't too bad. Now, are you up? So, let's see. Docker PS. Oh, sec didn't immediately crash, so that's a good sign. Now we know that it's on port 3000 to 80, so I should be able to now go here. Localhost 3000. Here is sec. For some reason, this looks really familiar, so I kind of wonder if I like have worked with this in the past, or maybe if it's like just similar to someone else and I just don't remember the name. You see the same thumbnail for all courses in my YouTube channel. So I have 3 courses so far. With each course, I put a different thumbnail on, but it's the same thumbnail for every single video. So the most recent one is Introduction to yew.rs. The one before that was like just like setting up, like deploying to Docker. Deploying to DigitalOcean. And then the first one was improve your REST skills by making an ECS library. Ironically, the ECS one maybe not ironically. That's the most popular one so far. A lot of people are going through yew, but we'll see how it is after like 3 months. No, as far as I can tell, nobody watched the DigitalOcean one, or cared about that at all. Okay, which makes sense. I think most of my audience is like programming, not DevOps slash like I guess like a little bit of DevOps, but like not sysadmin type stuff. Okay, so I have you. This is all up and running. We have no data in whatsoever, so that's kind of makes sense. So, ooh, okay, so I can then enable authentication by going to settings, users, enabling authentication. So inside of here, we can go to settings. Okay, so we can require HTTPS, or we can add an API key. We can also create users. Okay, so then we can set up authentication here. You get ads when you watch some of my YouTube courses. So I haven't turned on advertisements at all. Like I did not turn on like the partner ability that YouTube has. So like I don't get paid for any of those advertisements whatsoever, which is one of the reasons why I'm considering turning them on, because I was really kind of upset when ads just run anyways on some of those videos, and I can't turn them off. So if they're gonna run ads anyways, I might as well get some benefit out of it and then take that money and like turn it into more ads, turn it into more courses, or something else. So enable authentication. Is this just gonna be like creating an account? Yeah, the money does just goes to Google, but we all know that Google doesn't, they don't have enough money. Okay, so pretty standard to like just create all this stuff. I think I've made a tiny amount of money from Brave. So Brave sent me an email saying like I have like 19 cents worth of Brave tokens on their BAT store, which like I have no clue how to get, but it's actually interesting. Like I didn't know anybody was using that feature of Brave. So that's cool. Also, I have no idea how to get it off. So also it's like not very much money. Maybe if like it becomes like more, then I'll actually invest to like figure out how do I convert that to a coin that makes sense to me. Let's see. Passwords can be set from the set command line. And of course, if I have like my data as a separate thing, then this is all ephemeral and I can just rebuild everything anyways. Now, do I need to set up a user like this in order to just hand it data? That's the next question. Like just ingest. I just want to know if that is even possible. Okay, so we can use Serilog. It's a modern login library for the .NET platform. Use ASP.core.NET using Node.js. Okay, they also have a simple HTTP API for receiving log data. Okay. If you're unsure where to start with Serilog. No. try to create courses that are used by the most people. No, I totally understand. I totally understand. But at the same time, I don't want to compete also with like the courses that like everyone is making. There's very few people using Yew, but there's some benefit to doing more niche stuff. That being said, I'm also using this time to like experiment with how to create the courses and constantly improving it, and building an audience in with the Rust community, because I like Rust, and I want to help Rust become more popular too. And the best way to do that is to teach people how to use Rust, and it's also the best way to ensure that I continue learning and using Rust too. Like there's an entire thing about like how like business and like how to do all that stuff, and not burn yourself out, which is really important to me, because it would suck if I make like a bunch of like courses and tutorials that everybody loves, and then I'm like, peace, I'm out, I can't handle this anymore, I quit. Crouch, thank you so much for your Prime subscription. Welcome to the community, and the I think we have two what is it? What are they called? Words apparently are hard for me right now. Probably getting tired. Emotes, that's what it is. We have two emotes, including one of Zilby, the cat who was here earlier, but he decided to wander away and go probably sleep upstairs. Okay, so we're probably gonna have to use HTTP or CLI. Your applications can also log events to sec by trailering their output with the sec CLI command line client. Okay, so I can curl directly to here. Okay. So if we just take this, and I do a, okay, so it's gonna be a curl to timestamp from 2018, sure, yeah. Let's see, so this is gonna be, so events raw clef. So here is just gonna be HTTP localhost colon 5341. Minimum level accepted null. Okay. If we come back to here. Hey, look at that. We have our log. You think I'm better than other people that teaches on YouTube? Often they don't deep dive and learn how to build production ready apps. Well, thank you very much for that. I am trying to do that. That's sort of like always been my teaching style. Even when I was teaching in a classroom, we tried to like deep dive and like really make sure that you understand. I have some ideas for how to do something like that for like more introductory like level to programming course, but there's a lot of tools that I need to build to support that. Because like the way I would do that as you see is like with a deep dive, you need support when you're like just starting out. So, but yeah, I want to continue sort of playing around with this. Okay, so event. So what was this event again? We sent. Okay, so at T, so that's the time, no doubt. So that's our, there's our timestamp. MT must be a message. Nico, we were having such a good conversation, and you goodbye. It was just a bot follower thing. For any of you not actually watching, and sort of like listening in, or if you didn't see that message come in. Okay, so we have our MT. So that must be like a message type or whatever. It looks. That's interesting. Okay, so MT must be just like a very generic message. So it's just like a string, right? So hello user. But then we use this user Alice. Okay, so that's hello, and then we pull that in here. So hello Alice. Okay, we see that now. Clef JSON. So I am not familiar with Clef JSON, but I wonder if in the documentation they can help us out with this. Okay, so there's query syntax, maybe. Oh no, this is querying syntax. I want the ingesting syntax. Okay, getting logs into sec. Yes, I know. If you have a library, we're gonna use HTTP. Other log sources. Yeah, just HTTP. Okay. Compact log event format. Oh, okay. That's good to know. Wait, did I keep on accidentally tapping my trackpad. Okay, so sec inputs are visible on the ingestion page. Okay, yep. To add an app, to choose install input apps. Enter the package ID of the input app you like to install. Oh yeah, that could be really interesting to sort of like to see where it's coming from. Add gelf input. Is that okay? So where is this? This is in sec apps. So sec settings apps. Apps are plugins that process events and alerts or ingest events from an external source. Many are provided by the user community, and you can also create your own with .NET. They really want you to use .NET. Okay, install. So interesting. Okay, so these are all different. Oh, these are all different package IDs for these. Like gelf input, I think is what they were talking about. After choosing to install, the ingestion page now has an add gelf input button. Click add gelf input. Configure the app and choose save settings. Now this. Well, okay, but how does that help me? Is that just an example? Oh. Gelf, syslog, Microsoft Server, Azure Event Hubs, and RabbitMQ is all under Gelf. Okay. But I want none of the above. So we're going to do HTTP. Okay, so events are posted to the API events raw endpoint. So we post them here. Okay, here's that clef format. Oh, but they have it down here too. Batches of events in the format new line. So can I send them an array of them? That'd be nice. Okay, timestamp. Required, yes. M is a message, fully rendered message describing the event. MT is a message template. Alternative to message specifies a message template over the event's properties that provides for rendering into a textual description of the event. L, an implementation level, specific level identifier, requires a string value. Oh, okay, what the levels are. So I bet we have like a, I wonder if those are defined by me or if sec has a sort of definition of them. Exception, a language dependent error representing potentially including backtrace. Seek requires a string value if present. Okay, so I can put a trace in here. I, an implementation specific event ID. Sec requires a numeric value if present. Does that have to be unique? I bet it does. Maybe. Our renderings, MT includes tokens. Oh, it's a number too. Like a request ID. Yeah, I'm just wondering, like, I guess I would probably like use a message or message template and have to put like tags because I don't see the ability to like add tags in. Unless like renderings. MT includes tokens with programming formatting array of pre-rendered values. Oh, no. So that's this part of. Okay, so that's what this. Okay, no, that's not part of this. So okay. Let's try this again. So we have our T. So if I just did an MT, it's just a stringer here like this. So I would probably do something like, oh, there was the other ones, like L. So we can do at lowercase l. And then this is, I think, a string. So this would be like error. We have our message. X would be if I have like an actual stack trace to use. We wouldn't have this. Okay, so like error trying to log Alice in. Okay, so that's accepted. All right, so here we get this little red. Error trying to log Alice in. Level error. Okay, so I can level errors warnings. Can I just make this up? Okay, so let's try another message. Instead of error, I want to just do like a weird random like this is the level is meow, or this is when your cat types across your computer and causes errors. Okay, so here's our keyboard cat. I don't like a really dark gray. I can barely see anything there. I don't see under level here anything. I guess I have to. Okay, so cat. So okay, I can create my own levels ad hoc. Over here, do I have to create a new signal, which we call like I want to update the levels. Hold on. So signals, queries, variables, history. That's not really helpful. Maybe settings. Can I? Is there like a search? Not like just seeing anything obvious here. Like I could probably just go and actually look up how to do it. Okay, so I would need to update this level, which I don't know how to update it on. If I name it the exact same thing, are you just gonna be upset? Use that thing to add filters above the signal. Group automatic. Wait, where do I use that button to add filters to the signal? Oh, this is a button there. Wait. Okay, no, it's not. Never mind. I don't see that button, but I do wonder if like maybe do I have like dark mode and that's causing problems? Different workspaces, that's interesting. Probably save a lot of different everythings. Can probably set a type. Okay, so this is interesting. Can I save a... Okay, we can put a stack trace out. Now I can get a stack trace as just a string. If I believe I can. Let's see. Let's go into, we have Axum open already. Let's create a new route. I'm gonna call this error, like I guess we'll call this logging. What is it? There's HTTP. What is it? It's forget what's under. There's like the responses, but they just might also be in here. Response. I want like the types. Results. Nope, that's not it. So far, I'm having trouble remembering exactly what that is. So I have to go like look it up from other things. So for example, in create game, it's, oh, status code. That's what it is. That I should remember that. I don't know why I don't remember status code. Oh, it's under request. I just put a request status code. Interesting. Okay. This is just, okay. Then I want, okay, so let's just start with, we'll do a debug, logging to sec, and we'll throw this into live. We'll just do a get. It doesn't really matter. We're going to use Thunderbird to trigger this anyways. So let's see. Okay, so our handler is our logging. That's okay. So I do a new request. Let's just do get to logging. Here I get a 200 okay, and we get a logging to sec sort of hit here. Okay, great. Now, if I want to add in a environment variable to sec, I'm going to do that in here. Let's see, where do I have an open? Oh, I have you. Okay, so in Axum Playground, we'll vim my .env file, and this is going to be our logging URI. And in this case, it's HTTP /localhost 5341, I think is what it was, / Clef, I think. Man, I forgot it. It was 5341. Oh, API events raw clef. That's what it is. API. Okay, so this is under logging _ URI. So save you. Back here. And we're going to go into our login RS and we're going to grab that URL out here. So let login URI equals .env. That. Okay, so we're going to get that login URI, and now we're going to send a post request. So we can do that using request. So let result. I don't actually know if I need a result on this one. Let's just try sending it. So we'll do a request. Oh, we have to create the client first. Client equals So I don't need to be blocking. It's not a Stripe client. Oh, come on. Okay, so request client new. Then we're going to do a client.post. Send it to the login URI. Okay, so we send that to the login URI. We have this data here. So we have to create a struct for that. This is going to be our log. Okay, so I guess we'll have a timestamp. I could probably create that at the time. Oh yeah, if I'm gonna make it into this serialized, so I have to serialize into this format. The timestamp I can create at that time. This L, okay, so the level is gonna be important. So we probably also want a pub enum log level. So we're gonna have what, like error, warning, and meow, because why not? So pub level is going to be a type log level. We're going to have the message itself, which is going to be a string. And at the very basic, that's all we get. Timestamp message level. Okay. The exception is the stack trace. So can I take an error and actually turn it into a string? Because that would be really nice, because this is just a string, right? So I mean, obviously, I would probably want to do a couple of these as options. Here, let's just do this as option here, because not all of our log events are going to have a stack trace. An event ID. Okay, so I just want to know whether or not this kind of sort of works. So look at that. Then to serialize this, I'm going to create probably some kind of error. So what if I did something like we'll just create a function error. This returns a result with nothing in it. And all you're going to do is bail and just say, I am an error. Hi. So I want to get that error out. So we're going to create this log. And I want to put into the stack trace, I want to get the stack trace out of this error. Now in JavaScript, that's super simple. You just there's a stack sort of property on errors that you can grab really easily and just sort of send it through. I've never tried to actually get that into a string format myself. Let's see what I can do. Could get the message, that's easy enough. Okay, so we'll have our log is equal to a log level. Let's do log level error. Our message is going to be error running the function that always errors. Who knew? Now this one. So I want to getter error. So it's going to be a result, but then I need to extract the error out of it. So it's going to be like if let error equals this like I error. And we're going to do all of you inside of here. So I have this report inside. So can I take this error? Okay, so I can do a backtrace as error, which gives me a backtrace. Cause chain description. I can toString it. Let's see if that gives me what I want. Oh, but it has to be an option. So it's gonna be a sum. That. Okay, so we get our log. I post this. I think we just send it in the body. Oh, it's data. But I'm not, maybe the body is fine with this. Okay, the body, and we pass it the log. Oh, but okay, so I passed the log, but I really need to toString this. What do you need? But error. So body that we send, we await, and we unwrap. Okay, you. The trait bound request body from login log is not satisfied. Am I going on vacations here? Possibly. I haven't really, like, last year we spent a lot of time at home because of the pandemic, same as the year before. It's gonna depend upon how things are going pandemic-wise in the United States. I would love to go visit my family again, or just go, I don't know, travel someplace nice and warm and go hang out there. So if I do, I will obviously be announcing it out on like Twitter and everything else. But I've done it before where I've taken like just weeks off, and I just usually announce it ahead of time and come back later and nothing horrible happens. I also try to like not work too much and make sure I'm working on fun things like this. Trait bound request body from login log is not satisfied. All information are found. Okay, so from static u8, from static stir, from vac u8, and from an Axum body. So I can maybe take a string. So can I implement it? Okay, I always like forget exactly the rules for this. I think I can implement into on log and have that work here because a from is automatically sort of created behind the scenes. Is that how it works? So if I do impl into Maybe use Survey and rename the fields according to clef notation. Well, what I want to do is I want to like create something like turns it into that. So like I can create a log that makes sense here, and then have something else that creates a string from it. This is a static str. Also, what are my choices? Like, is body the only one? Oh, I wonder if I can also do... I could do JSON. So I can just do JSON here and like pass it in a JSON. So I could serialize and deserialize the JSON to be what I want it to be. Or I can use the JSON macro. And JSON macro takes a... Okay, and I just put in whatever I want in here like that. Okay. So then inside of yew, now we can use clef notation. So T for the timestamp. So if I do @T, I want to get the timestamp of like when this log was created. So hub. Oh, there's a there's like an instance, right? There's like a time, so standard time. Standard time. Okay, REST analyzer, I know you don't like this. Standard time chrono. Is that a crate? Yeah, okay. Let's go look at that. Chrono. Date and time library for Rust. I think the last time I was looking for a date and time library, it was for WebAssembly. And so, ooh, optional features. It actually does have WebAssembly available for it. Nice. Okay, so let's pull in Chrono. Wait for all of this to be finished. So I think what I would do in like the real one, if I were to do something like this, I would create a facade to sort of like handle all the error logging stuff. And then I would probably create a crate just for sec. And then I would facade my own crate, because then if I ever decide to go into and use anything else, I would not want to have to rip all that code out of my clients. That's what the facade would be for. Even though it's my own library that I would be using, it would be a thing. That being said, like free and like, can run locally is kind of nice for something like this. Okay, so we want a chrono. Oh my gosh, you're so unhappy. Hold on, let's do @T. Why are you unhappy? Expected unknown found value. Is it like a reference? Oh, it's a reference. Okay. Now can I do this? Chrono? Okay, no, never mind. That created that. Let's just do now. Let's now equals, there we go, chrono. I don't see like a now. Is there like, okay, so chrono date. I don't see like a new. Okay, fine. I'll look at documentation. Oh, I have to bring in. Oh, okay. Use chrono prelude. Okay. I've started become like I've started looking at through libraries just to see whether or not the interface is super easy to use, like whether or not they we expose like a date now, and like it has the little documentation thing inside of that window. Like there's no reason that we can't go there, and it would be really nice if we had that. Okay, so now I think I can just do a local now. Okay, that gives me a date time local, and then I want to do in here now dot toString. Formatting and parsing. Formatting is done via the format method, which format is equivalent to the okay, so DT, so give me that. Okay, DT.format. Oh, but I can also just do a toString. So string, there we go. So apparently writing anything inside of this JSON is a nightmare because Rust Analyzer is not happy with this at all. It's like yelling bloody murder. Okay, so we have T, now our level. So our level, I'm gonna want to import, oh, you know what? This might also be causing issues. I keep on forgetting that like halfway wrote started something and then like got distracted and started doing something else. Let's import toString or log level. So that's going to be that. We'll do a match on self. And then I want that to owned. Okay, and then you gonna have a at L for level, and this is gonna be our log dot log dot level dot toString. Okay, got that up. Then we have our message. Okay. Log dot message. That is just a string. So I should be able to take ownership of this. Okay. So we have our level. We have our, sorry, we have level, we have the message, and then we have the stack trace. So I'm first going to try it without the stack trace because I just want to see this get into that. I have no errors, and we hooked up logging, I believe. So if okay, we got, can I just delete these all? How do I delete all my data? No, don't download everything. Delete all that stuff. I don't know how to do that. Data. Yeah, whatever. Okay, so keyboard cat. Okay, this should be the only date that's like now. So, and it should be 4 events after we run this. So coming back to here, let's go to our event. We hit this, we got a 200. Okay, hit refresh, and here's our error. So we see 15th of May 2022, that is today. It got the error tag. Event. Okay, so level error. Type is, this is not helpful, but I don't really know how. I'm sure we could figure out how to like find that exactly. I wonder if that's what where the ID comes in. Okay, so there's that. Now I want to come back to here, and then we're going to add in the stack trace. So what was that? That was X. Log dot stack trace, which is an option to string. So if I put an option, I don't remember what it does. I think it just like doesn't include that in there, or it's like a null if it's a none. So you're saved. So let's do another message. Second time running. Send. Here's our second time running. Hey, look at that. Okay, so I got the message. It's not really a stack trace. I don't have like any line numbers or anything else like that, but that's nice to see. Okay, so I got the actual message out of it. So let's see. Okay. In here. So we got, okay, so we did this error to string. I could do a backtrace, which is a string. No, it's not a string. It's a method. Okay, so I do that. Use of unstable library feature. Okay, so backtrace is not right. So this is a... I seem to know Axum well. I mean, I've used it for a couple days now. I wouldn't say I know it super well, but I'll do my best to answer your question, Loki. But I can't promise that I actually know what you're gonna ask. Borfros Dad, hello. Good evening. It's almost afternoon for me. Okay, so this is a stack trace. So I'm using the error trait and bail from error. So let's go take a look at that. Okay, it provides a report. And so what I want to do is I want to get this into some kind of string. You have a problem where you await future in a post handler and everything after the await won't get reached. You have no idea why. You await a future in a post handler. So I have, where is it? Great game. Okay. So I have a post handler inside of here. So this is a if we go to yew.rs, here's our post. It runs this create game here. Create game then tells the API to go ahead and actually create the game. I get the name out of the JSON that's being passed in, pass it to the API, and await its changes. Now I'm returning a status code here. So what you're saying is that you're not getting this, like this isn't running, to then return back. You're working on a Sudoku CLI tool and you made a util directory, but you're not really sure what to put in there. You've heard you should put stuff that's generally used a lot through the project, but you can't think of anything specific. You're thinking of various printing functions or error handling. I mean, yes. Like generally, yeah. Basically have log after the await and won't ever get run. Okay, so async await is sort of like, are you familiar with Node.js, like using JavaScript based APIs? So using like async await there, for example, because we're going to be running into something similar to that, where what's happening is if it's not running this code, then that's an indication. Here, let me put it like an actual debug here. Let's actually do it. So we created the game name. Game.name, please. Okay, this should, I created errors in here. Hold on. Stack trace. No, put that in there. Oh, you don't like comments. Okay. Oh, never mind. There. Okay, you're happy. You're happy now. Great. So now here. This is our server running. I'm gonna come back to create game. Oh wait, where's my? Okay, here's my post to create games. We just did Path of Exile. What's another game now that we can play? I guess like one that I've been playing a little bit recently is Idle Champions. So we'll just send that. I get the 200 back right away, and here is game name Idle Champions. So if that is not working for you, then what what's happening is that just like in a Node.js based async await, if that's not running, it means that something halted. So async await, just like little I here. So like when I say little I, it's like in teaching methods, it's basically an abstraction to like, don't worry about the details. What I'm about to tell you is more for like just trying to understand in general what's happening, but it's not really technically what's happening behind the scenes. But think of async await like you would async await in JavaScript, where asynchronously some code is going to happen, but because it's inside, because there's this await on it, all the code after that is the equivalent of us having a .then after whatever we're calling with the await, and then it will only run that after the that .then executes. So if it's not calling that code, something inside of the thing that we're awaiting is just sitting there, waiting for it to finish, but not actually finishing. So it crashed, but then somehow like didn't work, or it's just hung or infinite loop. Something is happening there. And the best way to find that, if it's at runtime and it's like sort of run, you get like console logs. My favorite way is to do debug per line. So we don't really have a problem here. But if I went into our Create Game API here, like maybe our post GraphQL is failing and just like sitting there forever and spinning and never exiting. If I put a debug here, and I'm just using it to mark. So if I get this printed out at this Rust Analyzer, that is not right. Okay. If I put this debug here, then I know that everything is just fine up until this line, because that means that everything is moving along. Even if I have some awaits, it's like flowing past them. And then, okay, I run it. I then move it one down. I try it one more time. And if it just suddenly stops, then I know, okay, this is not finishing. Now I know that this is where I need to debug. I can't obviously tell you how to fix it, but I can maybe help you find where the problem is. Hello, Stacking. Also, if you want to get used to asking questions at a job, break down the problem into its smallest form and post it in a gist. Yeah, that can be really helpful too. Like, but basically, like, this is one debugging technique. It's not really debugging. It's more of finding where a problem is. And I do this method by like first finding where the problem isn't. So I would start here and go like, okay, it works. Okay, still got it. Still got it. Still got it. Up, disappeared. Now I know, oh, it's when I send it through GraphQL. So when I send it, it never gets back. So that's a problem. Let's dive into that. Hopefully that should help. Okay, so we're back into logging. Where are you? Logging here. Okay, so stack trace, we can't use error toString. Thing is, you try to run it in a basic throwaway app and same function did not work there. What did work there as expected. In your Axum app, it did not. So if there's no errors and it runs in every place but an Axum app, then you might have a, like, just a weird thing that like Axum doesn't like it, or like Tokyo doesn't like it for some reason, especially if it's async await. If there's like Tokyo version mismatch, like your thing is requiring one version of Tokyo like runtime and like Axum is requiring a different one, that potentially could cause problems. But then after that, I have no idea. I would probably need to run into the problem myself and then figure it out, which I haven't yet because, as I sort of mentioned before, still sort of beginner in Axum. I've still just started out on it. However, by the time I'm done with this project, I bet I'll have run into that at least once. Well, we'll see. If I haven't, then I've gotten lucky. Let's see. Okay, so if I want to, when you print this thing, okay, to print causes as well as use the errors default formatting causes, use the alternate selector that. Okay, failed to read instruction from this. The debug format includes your backtrace if one was captured. Note that this is the representation you get by default if you return an error from. Okay, so I need to do I need a format with that. So we're going to, for this message, we use a format. We use debug mode, and we'll put the law. Oh, wait, is it the error? Yeah, it's the error dot. Oh, I guess it's just the error. And then in here, log.stack tracer goes in. This time with a stack trace. Oh, Loki, you asked to pet the cat, but Wilby's not here right now. He was here like several hours ago. But it's like lunchtime right now, so I bet he's not. I'm gonna give you back those points. Maybe next time. I'll see if I can get him on, and we can do some hitting to the cat. Okay, so this time with stack trace, we have that there. Save you. No errors. KO2 fan, hello. So then, okay, so here you are with that. Let's see if we can get a real stack trace now. Here's my, yes, this one. Either you're fine. Okay. Not bad. Look at this. Hi, I am an error. Location, source logging, 58. So, and that is accurate for where I got my error. That is really nice. So now we can have an actual error log in a centralized place and then see them. And I'll have to take a look at it to see if Sig can also like send me an email, or like I can subscribe to it, or I'll just have to remember to like check it every once in a while. Something like this could potentially work. I'll have to like look into it more. Kotu fan, yes, lots of people here today. We got a raid from oh man, why did I just forget his name? I need to go look at it again. It's Togglebit. That's right. Clearly, my brain is fading. This has been a very long stream for me today. It's like I'm coming 4.5 hours so far. Normally, this is also the time that I end these Sunday streams, because usually like my throat starts going. But so we'll do that. We'll do that soon. I know. It's a long one. However, we did a couple things. So to recap, we got GraphQL working with Axum, so we're able to send requests and also do a mutation to our GraphQL API. with Axum, everything was just fine. And then we looked into a logging library. And so this one is called Sec. I'm not really like super like sold on like any one of these. I think that this would just be fine. I don't think I need anything special. This one is I can send HTTP requests to it, and it will just like log these out as they are, which is really nice. From a front end, I can do the same thing, right? Because I can just have a library that sends glued net requests to here with these library responses. And I guess we could do a HTTP key that I throw into a header to make it so that only I can log it out to it. This sits there in Docker, and so I could have this sitting in the same EC2 instance until eventually I would break them out. So that way I can have, you know, everything nice and there. We'll use supple design for our architecture for everything. But so far I'm happy with that about this. Now, if I wanted to do a graph, I don't know what the like. Okay, no. Select error interval type. Oh, what was it? It was tag. It was level. Oh, I was hoping that like level would be one of these things. How about select star? From stream. Okay, that gives me everything. If I want to do a graph, I can see like how many of them are coming in. Seen, okay, that looks fine. Oh, I accidentally zoomed way in. Please take off that zoom. Zoom out. Auto scale. Okay, lots of interesting things. I could download this as a plot. Don't really need to download that. That was great though. Or I can just look at them all like this. Okay. Well, pretty standard, sort of like just like centralized logger. Let's see. I would want to also like, okay, so to begin with, we only have one real program. Well, we have the back end and the front end. So I would need to differentiate between the two, right? So wait, how do I, why do these look different now? How do I go back to, oh, there it goes. Okay. I like this view for like just an overall look. Now, if I wanted to look at and say like, okay, I want everything from a specific application, is there a way for me to add that in? So we have like type here. We have like an event ID, the renderings, timestamp message. I don't know if I need to add in like an app or something. Oop. Soapy, hi. We get a pet the cat. under applications, you would have a front end and a back end. Okay. All right, are you done? I don't have any toys up here anymore. I'm soaking his toys in some catnip, so that way he'll be super into them next time we go and do a play session. Zilby, that's my keyboard. Okay. Zilby decided he wanted to pair program just a little bit. Okay, you want to go into that box? You can go into that. You want scritches? Okay. You want shoulder? Okay, you're gonna hang out in that box. Okay, so under applications, so what was it? Settings. Now these are things. So front end and back end. Where will you set up applications? Bench, dashboards, alert, data. So under applications, from the screenshots, they have it under signals. Okay. Oh, so I'd create a new signal. So group. Okay, so use that button to add filters to the signal. Okay, so I'd have something like backend. Like, let's say we do like Brooks builds backend filters. So sharing, sure, personal group, sure, save. Okay, here's that. Use that button with the little plus next to it to add filters to the signal. I don't see that button. Do any of you see that button? Is this it? No. The button is in the query editor. So queries. Okay. We create a new query. Sharing personal. Okay, so we just say like from like back, I guess back end. The line at the top. The edit line. Like this thing? Where it says select now. Select now. Like this one. Add to dashboard. Oh, there it is. There's the signal. Okay. It's disabled. Okay, hold on. So I don't need this. So I need to learn how to actually create a real one here. And so like, I would want to select all where, I guess like we would put some kind of message in here where we would say like from where it is. Yashard, hello. Also, I love that is the first message too, a Zilby emote. Okay, I just want, I'm over time, but I really want to like just see that I can do multiple ingests like easily and just view them. So how's my select? I want quick start, logs in, using sec, search and analyze logs, search expression syntax. Okay, so I can do like select names from strings. That's like, oh, available properties. Interesting. Application like this. So any kind of wild cards. Okay, so I can do starts with application. So would the idea be that I set that just in a message in the string? So just in here, my message would be something like Brooks builds API. Something like that. And then like the message just after that. Would that be like the way to do this? So then I would send this off. Let's actually get in there. I think you use an API key for the application and filter on that. Oh, okay. So we use a separate API key for every single app. Okay, so that might be future things to look at. It's like once we have this in here, now we have this Brooks Builds API. If I search for Brooks Builds API, that then shows there. I can then add this, a new signal, filter that, personal, group. Oh, wait. I want to. What happened to my server? Oh, Brooks Builds backend. Okay. That's what it was. Okay, so okay, got it. So I want interesting. So this one has filters there. Can I actually delete these? I don't see any way. I didn't delete it. But Brooks Builds backend. Okay, so okay, so if I'm in this one, so I've selected it, and then I add you in. So Brooks Builds API. Now if I add you in here, oh, it's still a new signal. It's not what I wanted. I can create an alert. And then, okay, I can set it to like go to Discord. or a Slack team or something like that. Okay, that would be good enough because that would send me a push notification when I got there. Maybe add filter with the signal and edit mode. Oh, okay, that's a good idea. So let's do this. Go into edit mode. That's probably what it meant. You add this filter at this point in time. Okay. Brooks builds API. There you go. That's how to do it. Okay. Now I can close it, and now I can hit here and filter everything out by like, hey, now we're looking at everything that starts this. So like worst case scenario, I would prepend everything that I did with the name or the ID of the application. I mean, it's not the best, but it's possible. Yeah, it's like that wasn't very intuitive to me. I sort of like, I didn't get and understand that what they were trying to say was like, keep this edit mode open and now do it, as opposed to, hey, anytime you want to, just click that button and it goes and it's good. Otherwise, we'll create a new one for you. Also, how do I delete them? Because that's also not obvious. Like, I really don't want to work on a tool where if you make a mistake, it's like, no, there's no deleting them. Why would you want to delete it? Do I have to like remove the name and then save it? I've no. Oh. So yeah, the it's a little bit weird and funky with a UI for like finding stuff and doing things. Eventually, you could find out what it is, so I wouldn't say it's the worst I've ever used, but it's certainly not the best either. That being said, like this seems to be doable. I'm definitely gonna add it to my list of like possibilities. That being said, like there's also that other one. What was it? It was Logstash could be interesting because Logstash says, wait, is it? No, glitch tip could be interesting because it says that it's compatible with Sentry, and Sentry might also be interesting too because Sentry supports Rust. And I hadn't really even considered using them because they're so expensive, but also because like, come on, who's supporting Rust these days? It's still too early, right? Maybe not. Maybe it'll just work. So I think what we're going to do is starting tomorrow morning, I do these streams at 7 a.m. Mountain Time before I head off into work. So I get about an hour, 15 minutes or so beforehand. I think we're going to take a look at some logging type stuff. We might play around a little bit more with Sec, but I might also try Sentry and then just like one or two of these other ones. I don't know. We're going to go until I find one that I'm really happy with. And then just sort of like figure that out. And then we're going to want to make it work with yew, and we're going to want to make it work with Axum. And because Sec technically works, that's going to be my fallback. So if by the end of the week I haven't figured out one, Sec is going to be it. It's going to be the winner. So that Sunday we start with something else, and it'll be hopefully fun. So that being said, I don't necessarily have anybody I want to raid right now, and I'm gonna have to do the same thing that ToggleBit did, is go off and run and get some food because it's in the afternoon here, time for me to get lunch. We have, let's see, looking through, Soding is streaming, and Nomad Pixel, although we rated them last time not too long ago. We can do to, well, let's see what they're doing. To do, open you up. Still have toggle bit streams up from this. Okay, so Nomad Pixel is doing Rust game dev stuff, and Sodian is trying Jai. Does not look like Rust. Let's do Rust game dev. So we're gonna go to Nomad Pixel and do a raid on them. Loki, you might be the way you've spawned blocking. Ooh, okay, yeah. If you're blocking stuff, you potentially could run into trouble there. Wait, I use unraid. Nomad Pixel, start raid. All right. Oh, I clicked out of it. That's what happened. Okay, everybody, thank you once again for hanging out with me. If you came with Togglebits raid, thank you so much for hanging around. As I just mentioned, I do this every single weekday. So we're going to be continuing to work with these sort of web dev technologies in Rust all next week. So with that, I hope that you have a great rest of your Sunday, and I'll see you next time. Bye.